There's Stephanie in the chat. Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, today we're going to attempt to recreate another one of my favorite paintings. And today is day 2 of 4 that we're going to focus on Helene Schjerfbeck. And Schjerfbeck is, I think, an incredible artist who, maybe more so than almost any other artist we've featured over the past almost 6 years, is an artist who I can guarantee you whose fame and critical appreciation is only going to go bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. I would say certainly is going to be on amongst the maybe in 100 years will be seen as one of the maybe 10 most important modern artists of all time. I am absolutely convinced of that. And we're just seeing with the big exhibition at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, kind of her belated entrance onto the world stage, deservedly so. And we're going to look at her work. We're going to talk in depth about her biography in today's episode, because we didn't get a chance to do that in our previous episode. So just as there's a little bit of that information. Oh, I think this is at the National Gallery in Helsinki, the Antoneum. So I have to change that. Yeah, so this is for tomorrow's episode. You can see I still need to finish that, but this should be I'm pretty sure it's in the National Gallery. Anyway, let's get into the plan for today's episode, just so you know what's about to happen. In a few moments, we're going to talk about the scale of complexity, and then the materials required. We'll do an image transfer, stain it with some color. That's the Imprimatura. Then we're going to talk about Schjerfbeck's life, biography. We'll look deeply into her work, and especially talk about today's painting specifically. Underpainting, maybe a little bit underpainting, and then background, foreground. And I hope to be all wrapped up in about 4 hours or so. Just before we get started, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you know when these future episodes are going to take place. I don't usually do them at this time or on this day, so this is a little bit unusual. So hitting that subscribe button and notification button is really, really important. Also, if you want to support the channel financially, you can leave a small donation, a couple bucks, $5, the price of a cup of coffee or Ferrari, anywhere in between there. If you scan that QR code, it'll take you to the PayPal page. It looks just like this. Just make sure you got the address right, and then you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. If you want to send an e-transfer or a check in the mail or use the super chat while we're here live, all those links are down there below. My email is on my website and the Facebook group, so I encourage you to check out those links. I don't post it here because I just get inundated constantly with spam. Speaking of the Facebook group, though, if you want to join that group, take a photograph of whatever you've created, upload it to the Facebook group. Let's celebrate your artwork. Just a couple days ago, we did a 6-hour, 5-hour long episode where I went through everything that was on the Facebook group, whether it was paintings done in class, paintings done outside of class based on your own inspiration, drawings outside of class, or even if you're just starting the free drawing course that I put up here on YouTube 6 years ago. It's by far the most popular thing I've done. Millions of people have done it. I still give people free advice on their drawings, so join the Facebook group and the wonderful community that we have there. Okay, our first big step is just to talk about the scale of complexity. How difficult is today's painting? Is this something that you could do? Well, let's take a look at the scale itself. So we've got beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, and then a master like Helene Schjerfbeck herself. Where would you fall on this list? Let's go in a little bit more in depth here. The beginner, someone who's never painted before, never seen me before, has no idea about any of the concepts we're about to talk about. This is a little bit tricky for that. Novice is somebody who's maybe painted the color wheel along with me, watched some of those first classes, is starting to kind of get it, starts to make a little bit more sense. Maybe some of the concepts, you're like, I'm not sure, but I'll just go along with it, and maybe it'll come to me. Well, I'm going to say today's episode could possibly be a novice painting. I'm going to put somewhere between novice and intermediate. Intermediate is somebody who's been painting maybe for a few months or a few years or 20 years. Someone who's finding it easier and easier every painting to mix the colors that they want, is maybe even starting to create some of their own paintings, come up with their own style or subject matter that they're working on, themes that are running through their work. Advanced artist is someone who is maybe now going professional, is maybe creating artwork from scratch based on their own ideas and maybe even exhibiting, selling that work. And then a master is someone like Schjerfbeck, who is at the top of that mountain, along with all of the other greats like Leonardo and Frida Kahlo and all the greats. So, again, today's episode, I'm going to put somewhere between novice and intermediate. Some of the techniques we might do today might be a little bit more intermediate, but I think I'm going to try as best as possible to keep it on the more novice end of things. Creating with Samaj says, hey, great to catch you today on a live stream. I was thinking about you yesterday, and suddenly here you are. Well, there you go. I guess we were connected together like that. That is awesome. Okay. Let's move to the next step. Did you ever finish your graphic novel? Also, that drawing class you put online is really brilliant, so thank you for creating that. No, I'm still working on the graphic novel. I was actually just working on it last night, so it's still going to be a couple more years away. I'm probably going to do some of the painting for this project as live streams, so stick around for that, kind of just hang out while I paint and ask questions, all that kind of stuff. There's Stephanie. Everyone, I finally have time to paint along. Awesome, Stephanie, great to see you there. Let's quickly just talk about materials required so that you can find out whether you have the materials ready to do today's episode or not. Now, I did a whole hour-and-a-half long episode going into great depth talking about this, so I'm not going to... I just want to kind of show some brief information, but I do suggest you go to this web address or go to scan this QR code. It's going to take you to the Dropbox folder where you can, for free and totally anonymously, download the free PDF there that lists all the supplies. You can print it out on your printer at home or at work or at a copy place, and you'll have all this information. It's usually updated even more frequently here. But just in general, I just want to mention we're going to be painting with acrylic paint, and I'm going to be using a 9x12 sized canvas board. In terms of other materials we might use, well, I did gesso the canvas and sand it down before the episode. Yeah, I think that might be helpful for today's episode. maybe we'll talk a little bit more in depth about that. I always put this here mostly for myself to remember to get some rags ready, because when I'm ready, I often have very few issues. When I'm not ready, I always have a mess, right? That's just the law. So what we're going to be doing here is what's called the split primary palette, a technique or approach. I didn't invent this, but I'm on a mission to popularize it. I think every elementary school kid, every 5-10-year-old kid should have learned this. I think it makes the whole approach to mixing colors, color theory, so much easier. There's obviously dozens of other techniques and approaches that artists have had, but I didn't learn this when I was in art school. It was only until after I graduated from graduate school and I started teaching. I was like, stumbled upon, like, why is this not taught to every kid in the world? This makes, alongside learning how to spell and speak, like, just, I don't know. Anyway, so we're going to be using 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, a white, and I don't even think we're going to use a black in today's episode because I'm going to mix it myself. So we really need 7 tubes of paint. And this approach really emphasizes color temperature. And understanding color temperature is important because every color is either warm or cool, and warm colors appear to advance while cool colors appear to recede. So all you got to ask yourself is, where is the color I'm trying to paint? Is it in the foreground? Okay, warm colors. Is it in the background? Okay, cool colors. And that simplifies, when you're looking at all those colors on your palette, where to use them and how to mix them together. If it's in between the foreground and background, it's going to be a combination of warm and cool colors. Easier said than done, but as you know, as we're approaching 400 painting episodes, and we've done probably about 430 paintings during that time, and they seem to all kind of mysteriously work as if this approach works. Gosh. Okay, so we're going to look at this particular brand of paint that I'm going to use. Now, I'm not sponsored by them. I'm not paid by them. No one has ever, at any time over the past 6 years of doing these, ever given me anything or asked me to promote anything. That's why I depend on people's donations, because I just use this paint because I think it's the best paint for the buck. You could certainly spend more paint than this Dutch company, Amsterdam. Golden, for instance, you can spend 3 times as much for half the paint, and it's going to be a little bit thicker. It might be pigment-wise. For most people, are not going to notice the difference. So that's why I suggest using something a little bit less expensive when you're starting out. So I'm going to go through all of these paints. Wow, look at all the comments in the chat. Kaylor says, I wasn't expecting a live stream today. Still good to have it, though. Hey there, community. You all rock, says Creating with Samaj. Art superstars. I agree. Kaylor says, hey, thanks, but I don't really draw that good. And Creating with Samaj says, Kaylor, me either, though. Does that really matter? I'm here for the joy of creating. Awesome. I love that attitude. Right? It comes, those techniques come the more and more you play. That's the great thing with making art, is you don't even need to know and to start. You just start somewhere, and then you gather like a rolling stone. You gather, or no, a rolling stone does not gather moss. Okay. Like a snowball rolling down a hill gathers snow, right? Okay, I gotta get my metaphors right. Okay, so there are a few brands of paint I do not recommend, such as maybe Peebo in particular, Mary's and Fevicryl. But Peebo is the largest paint company on earth, and they put way too much titanium white as a filler in the paint, and that just makes it impossible to mix your own black. All your colors are going to be a little bit desaturated because they've been tinted with white. So they all have a kind of a pastel-like quality, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it does make you can't get the intensity of colors that I like. So all of these paints do that. This even has white mixed in there. I think it probably even says somewhere here on the back. But certainly not as much as Peebo. So I encourage you to choose one of the other brands that you saw on camera there. Hey, there's Angel. Hey, Michael and everyone. Cool heart emoji killer. Wrap your heart around the student grade. It's where we all get to begin at a discount. Yes. Okay. So let's go to our next step here. Let's get the image onto the canvas. Now, you could take my free drawing course here on YouTube, and that is very, very popular. But I want to focus on painting today, so I want to show you how to just transfer this image really quickly as opposed to trying to sketch it out. So the way to do this is I'll just show you that here's the original image, and then here's the outline that I did. I traced this out using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. All right, so to download that, all we got to do is go to the Dropbox folder here. So I'm going to show you where this is. So you'll see at the very top here is the supply guide, just so you can see that. There's the black and white version and a color version. Download that. It's got all the materials that you can use. Basic first exercises, color wheel, color temperature, value scale. I think you're going to see like another 400 folders for artists from around the world. We got Albrecht Dürer, Andy Warhol, Donatello, Diego Rivera, Egon Schiele, Chi by Chi, Peter Doig, Raphael, Robert Henry, Roy Lichtenstein. But we are looking for Helene Schjerfbeck. And then you'll see in this folder, there's going to be some more files in here tomorrow, so it's going to look a little bit different tomorrow, but just so you know, you've got the original and then two versions of the outline, a JPEG and a PDF. And so all you got to do is just take that, download it onto your computer at home, and then print it, and then we're going to transfer it onto this canvas. Maybe I should just mention before I go, get going, is I'm going to paint on this 9x12 size canvas board or canvas panel, same thing. Now I buy these off of Amazon. I think you can get these at a dollar store for $1. I get 12 of them for 25 bucks Canadian, so it's just about $2 each. I think they're much better than the ones at the dollar store, just I think a bit more archival and a little bit more sturdy. Anyway, I take it out of the plastic. It comes wrapped in plastic. I sand it with some 100 grit sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso over top, and I let it dry overnight. The reason I keep flipping it over is one of the reasons I can tell I did that is I could see the little drips that have come down off the edges onto the newspaper that I put underneath here. The next day I take some sandpaper, give it a sanding on the top, and now I got a relatively smooth surface, certainly much smoother than the canvas right out of the plastic. You don't have to do that, but I would say if you're painting on canvas, I personally prefer a smoother surface to work on. I know not everybody wants that, but I find it just makes my life so much easier. Okay. I am going to move this just a little bit down and to the right as opposed to right in the middle. It's like a little, because this area here, there is potential, you know, I'm just going to extend off here. I don't want to extend too far because I don't really know exactly what she would have intended. And I kind of want a little bit more breathing room above her head there in case it's ever framed. The frame isn't casting a shadow onto her head. Okay, so there's the website. So I'm going to use some carbon paper, which is exactly like graphite and charcoal paper. Not the same thing, not the same material, but similar and does the same thing. One thing to keep in mind is that usually they're single-sided. I have used some that have been double-sided, but because it's mostly single-sided, you want to just do a little mark, check if it's actually coming through properly. If it is, then you're good to go, right? Because I have seen people do the whole tracing only to realize at the very end they had the carbon paper wrong side up the whole time, and nothing showed up on the canvas. Now when I do this, I'm never too concerned about getting all of the lines in and doing them all perfectly. It's just about trying to get the composition established. Okay, let's just double check. Oh, looks like I didn't do all around the outer perimeter of her hair. That's why you want to just double check before you peel everything off. Now there are all of these gray things that I put on there. Maybe I will do a little bit of this. Let's just take a look at so I was just looking at the original, just trying to see if, because there are all of these marks, those kind of blues and pinks and stuff on her face. Just want to double check and see, do I really need... No, I don't think I need to outline that. I think that's probably good enough. I didn't do her signature yet. I'll do that later on in today's episode towards the end, because it'll probably get covered up with paint. Okay. So, what are we going to do next? Next step here is we're going to paint an Imprimatura, which is maybe more like a stain that we're going to put on the painting. Imprimatura is a fun Italian word that means the prime layer, or the first layer of paint, or to prime a canvas. The Imprimatura, you have to say it out loud. Even if you're on a bus right now, everyone will be like, what's going on with that person? That's a fun word. And then everyone on the bus is like, Imprimatura, Imprimatura. Right? Okay. So the Imprimatura is, I mean, there's lots of different reasons to do this. Schjerfbeck herself would absolutely 100% have learned this when she was quite young, because we'll see, she went to art school very young. She would have understood this concept and absolutely used it at different times. The color she would use might be different than what I'm going to do, but we'll talk about that here in a moment. One of the reasons that I really like doing this is I just think it helps make beginner paintings look way better. Also for me, it's part of my warm-up routine. Now I just realized I forgot my water, so I'm just gonna go get some water here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I've got a dollop of my warm yellow. It's a bit more than I expected. I usually put about 40% water to 50-60% paint. If you're like 40% water, 50% paint doesn't equal 100. It's because the extra 10% is love, right? give or take a few percentage points, you need about 10% love in there, right? Okay, so now I'm just going to spread this across the canvas. So I love doing this, and I almost always use the same golden warm yellow color. And it's definitely kind of my own thing. She probably would not have used a color quite as strong as this. More likely would have used like a rusty brownish red color. I like using this color because it's just super bright, and gives everything kind of this golden hour sunset quality that I just love. But I'll show you here in a moment. There's lots of other artists who use different colors. You can use brown, green, red, purple, blue, black. I mean, that would be super unconventional, but you know, some people paint on black velvet. No judgments here about that. That's a little bit tricky to do because it's kind of the exact opposite of most approaches to painting, but okay. So I'm just going around trying to get this paint to soak into all of the weave of the canvas. Well, let me just double check before okay, so maybe just... Ooh, sorry, that probably sounds loud. Just before I move on here, I just want to show you that there are lots of different options for painting Imprimatura colors. Here we can see an unfinished Leonardo da Vinci painting, and you can see this is Imprimatura, this kind of yellowy brown color. Now, he might have actually painted two. He might have started with this yellow and then painted a brown adjacent to it for other parts. Here we see an unfinished Michelangelo painting, and you can see he used a green Imprimatura. Right, so different artists who are working literally across the hall from one another at one point had different kind of concepts about the Imprimatura, and so I just want you to know that there's lots of different options for this. Okay, I'm just looking at this painting, trying to see if I see what her Imprimatura could have been in this painting. It's hard to tell. Let's zoom in. Now that looks, there's something really dark under there. Is that like a blue? Could she have possibly used a blue Imprimatura or brown? Not brown, like a, what would you call that color? Like a faded denim? Or it's like a teal? Is that the color here? Is that her? I don't know. I mean, I was... Okay. Gosh, this is definitely different than I was expecting. Okay, let's look on her face. Can we see? Now, one of the things that we're noticing here is what she's doing is scraping paint off. Depending on how things go today, I might... It's hard to do that with acrylic, but I might use some sandpaper today. I don't know, guys. It's hard to really tell what she's up to here. Okay, let me blow dry this. And while I'm blow drying it, I'm going to think about how to proceed here. Oh, hi, Ari. Nice to see you there in the chat. And Christina, maybe I didn't realize you were there this whole time. Hi, Christina. Okay. Well, I think I might go a little bit crazy here, and do a dark color over top of this. The one thing is I'm a little worried about my pencil lines here showing up under like a blue. Did she put this kind of teal everywhere? Did she put it on the face too? See, that's where I'm not so sure. I think she had a dark color around the face. Okay, I think I'm going to do two things here. that I don't normally do. So maybe let's put some paint on the palette. Okay, let's mix a peachy tone here. Ah, too much. Well, actually, not bad. That's a good amount of. I was gonna say I thought that was maybe too much blue. Not too bad. Okay, so I'm taking that color, that brown, I'm adding a lot of white into it to make it more of a cream color. And next I'm going to add some matte medium. Matte medium is what's in all paint before they put the color in it. So it's what's in all acrylic paint, I should say. I'm just going to take some of this medium. Okay. And we're just going to give this a good stir. The reason I'm putting matte medium in there is to make this color more transparent. If I just put a lot of white here, then it's just going to completely cover up all my pencil lines. I'll have to redo that step. I've had to do that many times in the past, so it wouldn't be catastrophic, but it just would be a little bit of a setback. Let's just make sure there's not... Okay, I'm going to blow dry that. Okay, just before I move on, I'm just going to consolidate this paint. because I might probably mix a new one, but it's sometimes nice just to have this in case something catastrophic happened and I need to go back to that color. I've got it kind of saved up, pooled it a little bit there. Okay, and then so next up, I'm going to... Oh, hi Katie, nice to see you there in the chat. I just mean to peek in between meetings at work. Have fun, everyone. This looks like another fun painting. Thanks, Katie. Ari says, we've been moving recently, now in a flat full of boxes and no furniture. I miss painting. Oh, I know what that's like. Okay, so now I'm going to mix this next color, which I think that might be some residue of it here. It's a kind of teal. And it definitely, this is going to make this painting look kind of strange, and people who are just tuning in are like, what? Why is he doing that? I don't see that color anywhere. Gosh, this guy must be blind or something to see that. Right. Okay, so this color is going to be, let's just take a bunch of our cool blue. We're going to take a bit of cool yellow. We just want a little bit of yellow. We don't want it to be, we don't want it to go green. We want this kind of teal-like quality here. And so here's this extra matte medium that I didn't use. Let's just soak this up here. So I'm just kind of diluting this a little bit. It's going to make it a bit more transparent. Do I need... Yeah, I think I need a little bit more to fill up this whole painting. Yeah, let's paint this right over here. One thing I always find with matte medium though is it tends to dry pretty quick, so you gotta move. Not for diddle-daddling around here, because it's gonna start forming kind of little ridges and textures. Now, of course, it's kind of basically impossible to know whether she would have done something like this deliberately early in the painting because she knew she was going to do other things on top of it, or if she intended it to be like this originally and then later on said, yeah, you know what, I'm going to put a gray there. I don't know if this blue is quite the right color. So I do have lots left over. Do I want to do I might do another layer. I think I'm going to blow dry this and do another layer just to use up some of this paint here. Just want to prevent any texture from gathering there at the edges. So I'm just wiping it away with my fingers. I don't have quite enough to go over everything, including her clothes, so I'm just going to put this color in the background. And that's fine too, because it'll create a nice little difference between that color in the background. Cool. Love it already. Christine says, what size brush are you using there? Covered in so much paint. It's a big boy here. We've got another one. Too much paint on it here. I can't tell. But it's, oh no, that's not the same one. Oh, here's, okay. Of course, the only paint is, I mean, I can show you the, this is the Royal and Langnickel Moderna M778T. Oh, 3/4. Right, so it's almost an inch wide. That's pretty close. It's a little bit bigger than an inch, but whatever, that's what it says. So 3/4 of an inch. A little sticker on there. And this brush should only be maybe $10 at the most. I try to use inexpensive brushes for these episodes. And because I use them so much in these episodes, I tend to use these same brushes when I'm doing my professional work as well. And I always think if you can do good work with a cheap brush, then you can do anything. So that's good. That's definitely, if we're looking at these two paintings side by side, someone might be tuning in right now being like, what? Doesn't he know that that's gray and that this is blue, like not green? Like, has this guy lost his mind officially? And the answer always is yes. Yes, absolutely. Okay. What I want to do now is I want to take a little bit of time to talk about Helene Schjerfbeck's biography, about her artwork, and specifically about today's painting, so that I always find the more I know about an artist, the more I appreciate their work, and it helps me understand what they were thinking and the context in which it was created. So let's take a moment here. And maybe I just want to play this here.
Helene Schjerfbeck.
Just so we have an idea of how her name could be pronounced. That was pronounced by a native Finnish speaker. Although what's kind of interesting is that Helene Schjerfbeck, along with a lot of Finnish people at this time, actually spoke Swedish. So kind of a little bit of a trivia, if it ever came up on Jeopardy, is that Helene Schjerfbeck actually never spoke Finnish during her lifetime. She spoke Swedish, and when her biography was written, it was written in Finnish, and she couldn't read her own biography. It was published shortly before her death, right? So I just think that's kind of fascinating about the complexities of this particular part of the world as it had been kind of conquered. I mean, that when Helene Schjerfbeck was born, Finland was actually part of Russia at the time. It was known as the Grand Duchy of Finland. Anyway, Helene Schjerfbeck is born in 1862 and lives a good 83 years before passing away in 1946. So just imagine what she saw over the course of her life, not just in terms of global history and the various different two world wars, but also in terms of art history. She was there at the rise of Impressionism. She's there at the kind of the tail end of Impressionism, the beginning of Post-Impressionism. And she lives through the whole avant-garde modern art period in the early 1900s, so around World War I, and lives past the end of World War II. All right, and throughout that whole period, kind of did her own thing and blazed her own path. It's just kind of so remarkable when we take a look at her work, and just I am absolutely enamored with this artist. I think she's incredible. Another thing that I want. Oops! Is this not on camera here? Oops, sorry. Another thing that is something I've been thinking about a lot is how she created so many iconic artworks. I definitely want to do more than just 4 episodes focused on Schjerfbeck, because she's one of those persons who was cranking, like, if you want to think about it in terms of music, hit singles one after another, after another, after another, after another. And I was talking about kind of the opposite of this just a few weeks ago when we were looking at Autant Frise, who is, or was a kind of early Fauvist painter. And I was kind of lamenting that he's a great artist, but he's kind of one of those guys who just doesn't have any kind of hit singles. He doesn't have like that masterpiece that everyone's like, oh, that's Autant Frise. Whereas Helene Schjerfbeck has dozens of paintings that are different than everybody else's, that stick out like sore thumbs in the best way possible if they're exhibited with other people. It's like, who's this? Who, like, I've never seen anybody do this before. And just, yeah, so absolutely remarkable. Okay, so again, she's born in 1862 in Helsinki. Let's just take a look at the map. I couldn't find her childhood home. Maybe let's just let's zoom back out to start here, just so people get an idea of where we are on Earth. You can see these are all little dots of paintings we've talked about in the past. Obviously, I need to tackle more Africa there. That area's mostly blank. So we'll zoom in here. You can see here's St. Petersburg, Russia. Right? And then Finland. Maybe I'll just zoom back out. Finland, which has this huge border between Russia and itself, meant that Finland has been invaded by Russia several times, which is why after Russia invaded Ukraine, Finland was like, okay, we've been here before, most recently World War II. Yeah, okay, we're done. And they joined NATO immediately, because yeah, Finland's read this story about a dozen times. Anyway, so we zoom in here. This is Helsinki. Now, I couldn't find an actual address for where she lived in Helsinki at this time. But this is kind of like, so this is, oh, no, I don't want that. I don't know, whatever I just clicked on. Where are we? Luggage store. Nope, not interested in luggage. Okay, let's close this. This is kind of the main center of Helsinki. A couple of things that we'll note here just is this, I think, is the location of where the drawing school she attended at age 11 was. And I think it was that it's now part of the Antoneum, which is the main art museum, the National Gallery. So I'm not sure if that has always been located there or what, but these are just a couple of placeholders. In fact, let's just, what does this place look like today, where she went to her drawing classes? I wonder if there's a plaque or anything here. So, doesn't look like it. I think it's in, I mean, this building looks much newer than where she would have taken classes in the 1870s. So it's probably been knocked down since. This is a building probably more of the era. Anyway, let's come back out here and talk about her biography again. Why do I... Okay. So she is born in... her father was a office manager, bureaucrat. Her mother ends up being kind of her kind of main system of support, because her father dies when she's age 14 of tuberculosis. I was watching a leading scholar on Schjerfbeck talk about this and said that her father died when she was age 5 just last night, and I was like, Okay, I'm not sure what why there's this discrepancy, because he dies in 1876 when she's, according to this, 14 years old. So anyway, quite notoriously, at age 4, she falls down a flight of stairs, injures her hip, and then from thence forward has a limp. And that seemed to really dramatically alter the course of her life. I spent hours trying to do research, couldn't quite figure out exactly how a fall like that would have such disastrous effects, because it essentially meant that she was kind of in and out of school, often being kind of semi-homeschooled, sometimes going to school, sometimes staying at home, and that really dramatically changed her kind of social life. And really towards, I mean, even shortly, well, around the time she's made this painting, actually, she was living in in a kind of small little village outside of Helsinki with her mother, totally, well, very, very isolated from the world. And so I think she was a very private person. Not a lot is known about her inner world. She did write lots of letters, which kind of we can kind of see some, we can understand a little bit about her, but she's, a lot of her life is kind of still shrouded in some level of mystery. And you know, it's I don't know how many times we've talked about this with artists who were, when they were young, had some kind of accident or illness, and that ends up being a critical moment that catapults them forward towards art, because they're at home and their parents are like, I don't know how to keep this kid busy. Here's some paper, some pencils. Keep yourself busy. I gotta, sweep the kitchen and whatever. And because I would go so far as to say it is not necessarily a defining characteristic of all artists, but a lot of artists. I would say maybe 20 to 30% of every artist we've talked about has had something, a moment early in their life that led to them being confined to a bed, a wheelchair, to a home, not being able to go outside, and therefore get really obsessed with drawing. And from a very young age, shortly after this accident, she shows incredible ability at drawing. In the previous episode we did last week, I went through a lot of her drawings, and I want to do a whole episode. We're going to do an episode about some of her drawings and try to recreate some of those, because they are so amazing. So I'm probably not going to repeat all that right now. But when she's 11 years old, she's admitted to the local art school. 11, and she's a woman. Right now, I should say Finland was the first country in the world to give all women and all men the right to vote. Right? New Zealand was a little bit before that, but didn't quite give all women from all cultures, ethnicities, the right to vote. So Finland, it should be noted, is and was at the time one of the most advanced, far-sighted cultures on Earth, if not the most cultures on Earth, in terms of giving opportunities to women, seeing women as being equal, and so that was, I mean, obviously there were still issues. It wasn't like it is like today, but certainly, I mean, even then, the idea that, I mean, even today, just imagine an 11-year-old girl going to art school, going to university. I mean, that is, we don't really, I teach at an art school, and I've had a few kids who are like 16 years old in the class, But that is exceptionally rare. Exceptionally rare. So when we go 100 years ago, 150 years ago, and you have this 11-year-old girl, and again, this is at a time where opportunities for women in every aspect of culture are extremely limited. So to be an 11-year-old girl given this opportunity is essentially unprecedented. And so it shows for her to be given that opportunity, she has to be undeniably an incredibly talented artist. The kind of person that anybody seeing her art is just like, okay, well, I mean, this kid's got it. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, yes, she might be a girl, might be a woman, and right, but I mean, I've never seen man or woman as talented as this at this age. So, I just can't stress that enough. We're talking. The only other artist I can really think off the top of my head who was this successful at this age was Pablo Picasso, and I do not think that making that comparison is at all ridiculous. In fact, I would go so far as to say that Schjerfbeck was at a young age more talented, more skilled than Pablo Picasso himself. And Picasso's father was an artist. So Schjerfbeck, her family didn't come from an artistic family. She did get opportunities to take classes with other artists from a young age, but she didn't have that advantage of being able to, like, night and day kind of see a parental figure painting and kind of just soak up every single, like, she's going to classes like everybody else. She had some maybe private tutelage to some extent, but and it's not like she came from, like, she's royal family. Like, she's a middle class child. It's absolutely remarkable. I've been doing all this research over the past month on her, and just dumbfounded. And when we looked at the drawings she did, and like, she did this when she's 10, 11, 8 years old. Like, my goodness, do I feel old looking at that. Anyway, let's move on. What should I say here? Yeah, I mean, a number of times she's taking classes with people, and they waive the fees. This art teacher here, Adolf von Becker, teaches her some stuff. He also later pays for some classes for her to, because again, he's just like, oh my goodness, this is like the best student I've ever had. It's a woman, and she's 11 years old, right? I mean, that's the kind of thing that breaks people's brains, because they're just like, even to this day would be unheard of. I know I should move on, but okay. So as I mentioned before, her while she's in school, right? So she's 14 years old. Her father dies of tuberculosis, which would have been very traumatic for anybody, of course. But her mother wasn't working, so her father was the main source of support for the family. So when her father died, her mother took on, basically turned the house into like a boarding home. And so there was all sorts of people kind of coming in and out of the house, which, again, I guess there's two ways that could affect a person. One is that they become super social because they see all of these interesting people coming and going in and out of the house. On the other side of the thing, it could make someone become very, very shy and quiet because they might hide in their room. And, you can just, I would probably, if I had a house and I was forced to take in a whole bunch of strangers, I'd probably be super protective of my daughter, not letting her. So I can also see that maybe her parents or her mother was just like, I don't want you ever talking with any of these people. Stay in your room, lock the door, right? So, I don't know. I'm just thinking, how is it that she became the person that she becomes? Right, so she takes classes at the Finnish Art Society, which is now part of the National Gallery in Helsinki. And again, she takes additional classes with another teacher that is paid for by another teacher. So it's just like she keeps getting all of these opportunities and getting kind of more and more renown. At the age of 17 in 1879, she wins the third prize in the Finnish Art Society, and her work is displayed in a major exhibition, and that gets a lot of praise, and ultimately it helps her win a scholarship to study abroad. And I'm not sure how much money she got, but it seems to have been quite substantial, giving her an opportunity to go to Paris and study there. And so I think when she moves to Paris, she's 17 years old, which, or 16 or 17 years old, which again kind of blows my mind. I'm just thinking about a 16-year-old girl, and as far as I know, she went there by herself. She might have gone there with another friend, another young lady, another young woman, one of her friends. But, you know, my daughter, who's 6.5, she's not going to be out of my sight until she's in her late 50s. So I can't imagine letting my daughter go to Paris on her own at age 16. That's just wild. But I'm sure her parents, after having seen her, I mean, it wouldn't be so unusual for her because she's from age 11. She's in classrooms with adults, people that are twice her age, 3 times her age. So she's already kind of, she's had a very atypical childhood, right? It's not like she's been hanging out with little kids playing in the playground all the time. She's sort of grown up very, very young. So probably her mother, again, her father's passed away at this time. Her mother's probably like, well, I mean, she's been going to school with grown-ups for the past, like, 6 years, 7 years. Like, I guess she could probably go to Paris on her own. So while she's in Paris, she studies in a few different places. One of them is the Academy Colarossi, which we've talked about before a number of times. And I wanted to see if or some of the other... Maurice Prendergast. Okay, so here's a couple of Canadian artists I want to talk about eventually here. Prudence Hayward, Maurice Prendergast, Cesar Cote. Okay, Paul Gauguin took classes there. Okay, that's George Gross. Okay, Paula Mendelssohn Becker. That's it. Okay, so she was there. We looked at her work maybe sometime last year. She also had a big exhibition, I think, at the Guggenheim or the Museum of Modern Art a few years ago. Jacques Lipchitz. Okay. Wow. Now, obviously, not all of these artists are there all at the same time. Some of these artists were much older than she was, and some of them were much younger. Lyle Fenninger. Huh, interesting. Oh, Noguchi was there. Stan McDonald Wright, okay. Huh. And I know there's other people. We've talked about this studio a few times. I can't figure out why. There's other names here that aren't on this list of people that we've talked about in the past. But obviously, a really important place in terms of art history, with so many important artists having come through here at some point in time. Right, so here we can see it's an alternative to the École des Beaux-Arts, which was the École des Beaux-Arts was tied into the French Academy. So coming here was kind of like, would have been a little bit more, what would you say, academically flexible, in that they were maybe less strict on the quote rules that the academy would promote. So a little, probably introducing a bit more advanced modernist ideas, possibly more radical instructors. Yeah, and accepted female students and allowed them to draw the nude male model. Okay. So that is also huge. It's interesting, you know, she comes from Helsinki, so from Finland, which is already very advanced. I think women are given the full right to vote in 1906, I think. And which is obviously, you know, not too, you know, it's certainly long after she had gone to school here in Paris. But reading all the different accounts about her, Paris was also even more liberal, more, way more opportunities even in Paris than there were back in Finland. And she seemed to really like that kind of bohemian lifestyle. She formed a little group along with a number of other young women. I don't know if it mentions here. They had a name for their group. I can't remember what it was called. I don't think it says here. But there's some really cool paintings her and her friends made of them hanging out. Like, you just imagine a bunch of like 17 to 24-year-old women, these young teenage like girls hanging out in in like a studio apartment, paintings where they're hanging out playing violin together and they're all giggling, and it's just sort of like I don't know if again it's not here, but I was watching a lecture talking about how she said, looking back at her time in Paris, she said, I remember everything. I remember everything about that time. It was one of the favorite times of her life. She remembered the food, the smell of the air and the flowers. Obviously made a huge impression. She loved being in Paris. And, you know, so she moves to Paris in 1880, studying at the Académie Colarossi in 1881. And she starts very soon after exhibiting at the Paris Salon. So she is just like rocketing up in terms of like the celebrity status in Paris. I mean, it's not like she can walk, she's not being mobbed by people when she's walking down the street, but people who know. And she's starting to sell her work. With the scholarship and the sales, does it mention it here? Yeah, so she does some traveling. She studies in northern France, in Brittany. She also goes to the southern tip of England and St. Ives. Does it mention any of that here? Okay, she travels to St. Ives, Cornwall. So she's doing this traveling back and forth between Helsinki and Paris and Helsinki and Brittany and Cornwall and Paris and Helsinki and back and forth. And it's just like, all I could think is like, wow. Again, this young woman is doing more traveling before the age of 22 than, the vast majority of people in this time ever did during their entire lives. So what a kind of worldly young woman. So many great experiences with great instructors, meeting other artists, meeting other young women who are also super advanced for their age, and being on all those boats and ships and all these adventures. It just sounds like such an exciting young life. So there is this kind of fateful encounter, marriage, proposal that happens in 1883. So again, she's now 21 years old, living in, where's Point Avant? Let's say, where do you think this is? Is this going to be in, are we talking about Paris? Or are we, like, is this England, France? Okay, I was going to say France or like, look at this. That's beautiful. Oh my goodness. Wow, cool little village. Okay, where? Oops. Oh, it's on the south? Oh, no. Oh, okay, I was going to say, is this on the Mediterranean? No, it's in the top left of... Huh. This is a part of France I've never been to. I've been around Paris and northeastern France and the south of, all over the south of France, central France, but never been up in this area, in the Brittany. Okay. So it's in this area where she gets engaged to a Swedish painter, Otto Hagborg, however, his family finds out that her father had died of tuberculosis, and they force him to break off the engagement. Because back then, tuberculosis was believed to be a hereditary disease, and therefore the idea of marrying a young woman who might have this terrible disease and give birth to a child who has tuberculosis would have been a deal breaker for a lot of people, which is super unfortunate. She ultimately never marries ever again, but this definitely causes her a great deal of depression and anxiety. And there are stories of her... I was doing some research just this morning on her illness that she seemed to suffer throughout her life, and I couldn't find any substantial information as to what that illness was. Like, is it cancer or some kind of like asthma, or what is she struggling with? I couldn't find out what it is. I think it might have been more of a mental anxiety, depression kind of a situation. Because that definitely affects her later in life. And this is... that is one of the main reasons... So because after that engagement, she stays in Paris for another, 5 years, but then returns back to Finland in 1877. And she starts teaching back in Helsinki for pretty much the next 12-15 years or so. One of the big paintings she does after returning to Helsinki is this painting called The Convalescent. We talked about this in the previous episode, but it is just worth mentioning again. This is kind of considered to be her first great masterpiece. Again, she's 26 years old when she makes this painting. Apparently, there was a vote in 2006 in Finland that said that this is, quote, Finland's national painting. I think it was voted second overall as the greatest painting in Finland's history. So you could see that this is a particularly beloved artwork. This is housed in Finland's National Gallery, the Atheneum. And I spoke in the previous episode how this, it's called The Convalescent. It's this little child who's sort of wrapped in a blanket, sitting there at home playing with some sort of plant. Looks like they're picking the leaves off this little stick. And, the hair's all messed up. And I was speculating that it probably has something to do, a commentary on her own childhood, how she spent so much of her youth convalescing at home. And so this idea of sort of hanging out, in the living room here, maybe while her mom and dad are at work, or she's not allowed to leave the house, and she's looking out the window seeing kids play, and her hair's all messed up because it's not like she's going anywhere. There's no one coming over to see her. So there's a great deal of poetry and probably biographical commentary in here. I should have mentioned before, and I think I showed this in last week's episode, is that a lot of her early work was very one of the things, I don't know if it's going to show any of that here, but she did a lot of paintings when she was, like, again, 16 years old, that are studies of master paintings that she would have seen back in Helsinki. Paintings, and then later on when she goes to Paris, she's painting in the museums, doing these replicas of great paintings by later on she's really interested in El Greco. I wonder if she saw El Greco when she was in Paris. But she's basically copying all these great old master paintings and doing an exceptional job. I don't think any of these are here. No, they're not here. We looked at them last week. And one of the things she does is she makes her own history paintings, these kind of epic narrative paintings of soldiers on the battlefield when she's 15, 16, 17 years old, which is, first of all, history painting was essentially out of bounds for women. It was history painting, genre painting is kind of seen as like the pinnacle of fine art, and it was pretty much reserved exclusively for male artists. Female artists were like, why don't you just go off and make a painting of some flowers or some cats? Why, go paint your friend. Go paint some little kids. Leave the big stuff, the history painting, for the boys, okay? You just do something a little bit pretty and just try not to make too much noise. Right? And so you've got, again, this 16-year-old girl is cranking out history paintings, which, women are either not allowed to do or strongly discouraged from doing, or they can do them, but they're not allowed to exhibit them, and she's making them anyway. So, again, that's why I said, like, Picasso was doing a little bit of this at that same age, and that was one of the things that really got him a lot of notoriety earlier. So she's doing the same, if not doing better artwork at the same age, which, again, shows pretty good company that she's in here. What else do I want to mention here? So that painting, all of these paintings. Okay, so this is one of her history paintings here. Right, so this is, how old is she here? She's 14 years old, and she does this painting. Like, seriously? 14? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like, this is the kind of thing that no woman is painting at this time, and no male artist is painting until they're in their like late 20s. And here's a 14-year-old girl making I can't get over it. It just blows my mind. Okay, let's see. I gotta move forward. Let's move forward. So she moves back to Finland in the early 1890s, and she starts teaching at the same school where she had studied at age 11. All right, so in her late 20s, she kind of comes full circle back to where she started. The thing is, though, is that teaching in this school provides her very little time to actually making her own artwork. So she had all these experiences when she was really young of just making all of this art, living in Paris and being super productive. Then she comes back to Finland and she's teaching full-time and is just not able to be as productive as she had hoped. And so in 1901, she, again, here you see she becomes too ill to teach. It's like, okay, well, but what, from what? Like, what illness are we talking about? I could not find any information about that. But she was exhausted and tired and depressed. So, what explains those symptoms? I don't know. So she resigns from her teaching job, and this is also at the same time where she moves with her mother to, and I'm going to butcher this name, Hyvinka? Is it Hyvinka? Oh, did you tell me how close I was? So she moves to Hyvinka, which is a little village at the time. Now apparently it's like a 20-minute drive away from Helsinki. I think it's more than a 20-minute drive. But in fact, let's do the... that's 50-minute drive. Okay, 50-minute drive from downtown Helsinki. Okay, I looked on the map. Doesn't it look like that's like a 4-hour drive or something? But anyway, so she moves up here with her mother, and this is at a time when, and in a culture where taking care of your elderly family, if at this time, if you're not a married woman, you're expected to take care of your family, right? And so she moves with her mother to this very isolated little village way outside of the cosmopolitan city she'd been living in Helsinki. Now the building that she was living in is obviously no longer there. You can see here's this huge mural of her on the wall. Maybe let's see if we can get a better view. That's pretty cool. Obviously this is not the original building. I really love that somebody, is that this kind of approximating, this is I think maybe a version of today's artwork. That's interesting. But let's just spin around here. I mean, even today it looks like this is the biggest building in the area, right? And it's only, what, 7 stories, 8 stories tall. Right? So you can just imagine what this place would have looked like, 150 years ago. And she is her mother is getting this like, I don't know, it's pension. What would you call it? I guess it's like pension. And the two of them basically survive. Well, not okay. So her mother gets kind of like a retirement stipend allowance, and Helena also gets a small allowance for taking care of her mother, right? So she kind of, all of these things kind of come together to give her the opportunity to leave town, go somewhere where, again, rent is probably really cheap, and they can live, and she can paint all day long without having to work. Obviously, she's cooking for her mother and helping and stuff. But they live together for the next 20 years until her mother dies in 1923. So she does write. She wrote letters to friends and stuff, talking about how kind of lonely she was, but also like not willing to give up the kind of lifestyle, because she becomes super productive during this time and really has some of her biggest breakthroughs. Many of the painting we're going to do today and tomorrow are all from this period where she's living with her mother. She's definitely, there's no art community, no structure for her. So it's not like she has other artists to bounce ideas off of. She's pretty much totally isolated. She's rarely going back to Helsinki at all, so she's kind of totally disconnected from what's going on in the art world. And Helsinki was pretty cosmopolitan, but even it is certainly far from Paris and all of the innovations that are happening with Fauvism and Cubism and Dada, Surrealism, all of these other isms that are happening. She's only reading about them in like magazines. She's also reading a lot of like fashion magazines. She becomes really interested in fashion. She doesn't have any traditional models to pose for her, so she's really just she gets her mother to pose for her. She gets little kids in the village and locals, the bakers and the postmen and everything to pose for her. You can see here's her mother posing, and so it's kind of wild because let's say this is 1904. So this is, at this moment, Fauvism is the big art movement of its time, right? We talked about Autant Fils in the painting of Paris we did just last week. That painting is made roughly about this time-ish, maybe a little bit earlier, but this is decidedly not a Fauvist painting, right? Fauvism is super bright colors. Henri Matisse being the most famous Fauvist painter. And so you can see that she is not participating in that conversation at all. She's kind of doing her own thing. And one thing I start to notice with her work is that it starts taking on its own strange stylization. Right, so 1907, this is shortly before the Cubist Revolution, which happens 1909, 1910 to 1915, like outbreak of World War I. Right, no one else is making paintings like this. We'll talk about this guy here in a moment. Now, some of these, maybe that's going too far because that's a part of her style as it evolves even later on. But maybe Wiki Art's got some of these things. I was thinking this morning, she reminds me in a little bit like Canada's Emily Carr. Emily Carr, same sort of thing. She lived for the majority of her life on Vancouver Island in and around Victoria, British Columbia, here in the western part of Canada, which is now in a bustling big city of 1 million people or so, but 150 years ago was like a tiny town of maybe 5,000 people, 10 to 20,000 maybe at most. Government town, but still pretty small, and she was living kind of on the outskirts of town. And her friends, who formed a group of 7, were like, Emily, move to Toronto. There's so many more opportunities. You could sell everything you make out here, but you got to be out here. And she's like, I don't want to be in the big city. I like being... I have my little trailer that I live in. I can sleep in all day long. I can just hear the wind and the birds. And I get up and I make paintings. And I don't see anybody for weeks on end. And then I go, and every once in a while I go for a walk down the road and buy some apples. And I don't want to be in Toronto, right? And so I kind of think a little bit of like Schjerfbeck is the same sort of personality that is like, yeah, I could be living in Paris. I loved Paris when I was younger. But first of all, I'm taking care of my mother. But I'm also kind of like, I like being kind of isolated and doing my own thing. I don't have any pressure. Like, what is Picasso up to? What's Matisse up to? Oh my goodness! I gotta keep up with the latest thing. She's just like, I'm gonna do my own thing, and maybe it's gonna mean that I'm not gonna be as successful as I could otherwise be. But I'm because at this point now she's 1906. So she's like in her mid-40s now when she's making these paintings. All right. And so that the excitement of being in Paris, that's exciting when you're 20 years old. When you're in your 40s, you're kind of like, okay, I don't know if I want to go for drinks at 2 in the morning anymore. I kind of want to get to bed at a reasonable time and see the sunrise and not be hungover, all this kind of stuff, right? I'm not that I know if she was partying, or I get the sense she was not a big partier, but I think she was social to some extent. But again, also being really young, I'm sure when she was in school, kind of a bit of an awkward. I think she probably always felt a little bit like an outsider. I mean, so here she's just painting the local kids in this little town she's living in. I love this painting. I also really loved this painting. I was watching a few documentaries, and this painting came up a few times, and I was like, I gotta take another look at that. I mean, so her style just starts to get more and more how would you say, like the figures sort of seem to dissolve a little bit, like their boundaries become less impermeable, right? Like we start seeing the background starting to kind of blur into the figure starts to kind of blur out. And that's in a way it's kind of like a little bit of like what Cubism was up to, which is happening at this very same time. This around World War I is kind of the high point of Cubism. And part of Cubism is this obliteration of the figure, a atomization where the figure is kind of unfolded and flattened into, and the world around it is flattened, and what becomes part of what is, the boundaries between an arm and a curtain, well, they start to kind of blur together. And it's kind of interesting that she's doing something conceptually similar, but stylistically completely different. Right? These paintings that are very, the paint is either applied very thin, like or like with like a lot of turpentine, or she's dry brushing the paint on, or she's also scraping paint off with a palette knife to create these paintings that they kind of almost look like unfinished paintings, like a painting that somebody worked on, and then changed their mind, scraped all the paint off. It was like, okay, I'm going to let that dry, and then I'm going to paint something else on top of it. But she's like, no, I've scraped all the paint off just in the right way that I'm like, now it's done. So, I mean, for instance, again, just looking at some of these paintings, these are the kind of things that I'm sure her teachers were like, I mean, if they had seen them, they'd be like, I don't know, Helene. Like, I think you need to put a lot more paint on it. It looks like you've just scraped all the paint off. She's like, yeah, that's what I did. And they're like, yeah, but that's not what you're supposed to do. You're like, if you scrape the paint off, you're supposed to then paint on top of that. And she's like, well, you know, I guess that's what you're supposed to do, but I'm not really interested in doing what I'm supposed to do. I don't really care. This is what I'm doing, and I like it. And I mean, for instance, this is a painting that we might do at some point. I love this rosy-cheeked girl. That's like, this was in my dreams last night. I was looking at this painting, and I just kept seeing it, thinking, oh, we're going to have to do that one. Okay, so you saw, I don't know if today's painting is listed here, but this is 1912. She does this. She does this one a few years later, 1915, although I think this is maybe 1915, 1919, I can't remember. I wonder if I even want to talk more about her work now, because the last painting she does, and we start seeing a bit of a hint at it coming soon here. Maybe I'll just leave it here. Just gives you a bit of a hint as to what's about to come. But let's just say her final paintings are some of the most haunting paintings I have ever seen. In fact, last week when I was looking at them, it was kind of a bit of an existential crisis. Like, I don't know if I can think of another artist who tackled aging and mortality in such an intensely raw way that is, I don't know, like, I was kind of like, oh my goodness, this is making me feel really uncomfortable. And these paintings are not like, there's no gore or violence. There's just something about the way that the sparseness of them that just hit me so intensely. I was like, because yeah, maybe we'll come back to this because I could go on and on. I have lots to say about it. I think it's yeah. So how about we're going to kind of end here in terms of her biography at the moment from around the mid-1920s. She still has another 20 plus years here of productivity, and but where she goes with all of these skills. Oh, I guess I should, one of the things I wanted to say thinking about her is maybe, well, let's what I want to do before we continue working on this is I just want to talk a little specifically about today's particular painting by Helene Schjerfbeck and why I chose today's painting and the meaning I think it has and the meaning it has for me personally. So this painting here, which I think I should change this here, I do not think is in a private collection. It's in the collection of the National Gallery, the Anteneum in Helsinki, Finland. And maybe just a little bit about dimensions for this painting. So this is basically not quite double the height. It's maybe probably about this big. It's also a little bit more square. You'll notice that this is a more rectangular canvas. I've actually kind of trimmed off a little bit of the painting on both sides to make it conform to this dimension. In the original, if you look at it, you can actually see she signed it H. Schjerfbeck. So there's the H has been trimmed off there. Let's talk about this painting. So one of the reasons I chose today's painting is it is undoubtedly one of her most famous and recognizable paintings. It's the painting that is on the cover and the poster, all the promotional material for her current exhibition at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. So it's arguably one of her most recognized artworks. I mean, certainly not as, we were talking about how the convalescent painting from 1888 is Finland's national painting. So it's not quite in that extent, but it's also really well known and something we can paint a little. It's a little bit easier to paint and smaller, a little less detail, something we could do in the class. So it kind of fits very nicely a lot of the kind of goals for these episodes in these classes. I think it's an excellent example. It shows her transitioning from the more conservative academic art that she had really excelled at when she was younger. In fact, let's get to last week's painting out there. I forgot to have this handy. So this is the painting we did last week, right? And so this is kind of, she'd already been transitioning from her academic work to a bit more of an impressionist style. This is from 1891, I think right as she moved back to Helsinki, or maybe even in one of her trips back and forth before she made that kind of final big trip home. So her work had already been changing. And so she's been living now in kind of, let me see, I gotta get the name of this town right again. Hyvinkää? So she's been living in Hyvinkää, an hour's drive north of Helsinki since 1902. Been super isolated, doing her own thing, and this is while the avant-garde movements have all kind of come and gone. 1912 is pretty much the high watermark of Cubism. At this point, I mean, Cubism is really taking off at this time. Everyone around the world, not everyone, but like let's say 80% of artists around the world are now exploring Cubism, trying to see how they can incorporate it in their artwork. I'm sure she would have been somewhat aware of Cubism. She'd heard about it, read articles in the newspaper or in art magazines that she's reading. But I'm not even sure she'd ever really seen any of that work in person. And so it's hard to say how directly she would be responding to any of that work. But she's clearly making a decision not to go there. She's pursuing her own stylistic enterprise, doing her own innovations that are very idiosyncratic and individual, like unique to herself. What else could I... Okay, so we also see evidence here in this painting of some of those techniques she'd been exploring, which is the addition and subtraction of paint. Right? We often think about painting as a purely additive process where you're adding layer after layer after layer of paint, and certainly that was the way the academic approach to painting. But she has been scraping paint off the surface for about a decade now, and we see a little bit of that happening here. I'm not sure how to replicate that today unless I want to get the sander out and kind of sand this down. Maybe we'll do a bit of that. We'll see. So we also see this kind of the fogginess, the the permeability of forms that don't have these kind of container-like qualities. Like there's no outlining of shapes. I mean, even the borders between, let's say, the jacket in the background or the jacket and the neck, they're blurry, fuzzy. Which suggests well, it feels to me like vibrations, that there's movement, that things are, she's not locking things down into spaces and like, this is hair, this is background, this is shirt, this is neck. It's like everything is kind of much more ambiguous. And I think maybe there's, how do we want to read into this, if at all, but how, like in terms of the psychological things that, like what she might be experiencing that would lead to that. I don't know. I don't know how that, I mean, I guess one could say that it reflects her feeling isolated and alone, that and as we'll see with her work, that maybe she feels a little bit like her own identity is dissolving away, that it's not like she has regular interactions with other artists and is discussing what she's doing. She's kind of off in her own world, and she probably feels like she's a little bit invisible, right? I mean, she is selling her work. There was an art collector that was making repeated trips to come and see her, was taking her work back to Helsinki and selling it. So she's doing relatively well. I mean, I don't think she's rich, but she is somewhat successful at this point in time. And again, I think had she stayed in Paris or moved back to Paris or moved back to Helsinki after her mother dies in 1923, that would have really helped her career. But I think once she kind of got herself established there, even after her mother died, she's like, you know what, I'm just gonna stay here, kind of like it, because at that point, by 1923, she's in her 60s, right? She's 61. So you figure at that point she's like, I'm kind of retired myself. I don't know. As I said, though, this painting is made when she is, how old is she here? 1912, so she's 50 years old, essentially, when she makes today's painting. So what we're seeing here is a lifetime of knowledge, skills, techniques distilled down to this. And one of the things I really think about her is Helene Schjerfbeck is like the perfect example of the story of modern art. And that, because sometimes people say, oh, my kid could do that. This is an artist who does abstract painting because they can't paint, realist artwork or naturalist artwork. And she's the great example. She was one of the best living naturalist painters of her generation. And as she grows older, on her own, kind of isolated from the rest of all the avant-garde stuff going, this is where she arrives at, or where she's at this time, and she continues with this kind of abstraction, her own unique, particular kind of abstraction. And so I think that's really important to understand, is that she's not painting this way because this is all she can do. She can paint better than anybody else alive, I would say, at the time. And so this is a conscious decision to work in this particular manner, and helps, I think, people understand how, the greater overall story of modern art, how it got to be so abstract and strange and bizarre. We see that in the work of Helene Schjerfbeck itself. Yeah, I think that's everything I want to say right now. So let's get into painting here. Just debating with myself whether I really wanted to do this step or not. I still got a couple sips left in there. Next, what I want to do is potentially some underpainting here. Underpainting is one of those terms that artists use for all sorts of different techniques. For our particular purposes, though, one of the ways that I think of underpainting is potentially just sort of like line work that might exist on faces and hands, so that when we paint other layers of color, those details don't go completely missing. So I think what I want to do is mix like a grayish blue, I think is what I want to go for. Ooh. And since we're going to be painting gray in the background, okay, I think what I'm let's do. I'm gonna go to the background and actually work in there for a minute. So, okay, so now what I want to do is I'm going to paint the background, and maybe even, and then we're going to start transitioning into the foreground. So let's look at the background and think about the colors we want to use there. So what I want to do is I'm going to mix a grayish, a blue-gray, and then I can also use that gray to do a little bit of underpainting on the face. So, to make a gray, I'm going to make a black, and then we're going to add white to it. So I just took my cool yellow, I'm adding it to my cool blue. Let's stir that up. I think I might need... Actually, no, maybe we don't. I was going to say maybe we need to make a lot more, but maybe not. Okay. So then I take my cool yellow, cool blue, mix that together, and then I'm adding some warm red, which is directly opposite from that bright saturated green on the color wheel. And if I get these ratios right, I basically mix a black. And that's one of the coolest things I think I've ever seen, is the idea that we can make a black from those beautiful bright colors. Okay, so oops, let's still got lots of color on it. Where should we do this? Right here. I'm just gonna add. So one way to tell whether your gray is what color black is add a little bit of white off to the side and mix that color in. You can immediately tell how accurately you mixed that color. Is it a little bit purple or green or blue? And I think that's pretty good. It might be a little bit on the greenish side. You could add a little bit of blue to this, but I think that's good enough. Okay. I'm going to add a little bit of matte medium again to this. It's going to give just a little bit, we'll make this paint go a little bit longer. Let's make it a little bit more transparent, but all that white in there is so opaque that you can put a lot of matte medium in there before white starts to get transparent. Mostly what I'm just thinking about is there going to be enough of this to cover the whole background? That's my main concern. I'll put a bit more. And then let's look at these side by side. So it could be a little bit darker, but I think by this being a little bit more transparent and actually painting on top of this dark color, it's going to look a little bit darker anyway. Especially if I decide to try to sand some of this off. Oops, I forgot. Well, let's just do this. So as I paint this, I'm just going to kind of dry brush a little bit over top of some of those lines. Just realizing I went a bit farther, so I'm just scraping a bit off with my fingers. I kind of like that. I'm just going to take this rag and maybe just... And let's take a bit of this darker one here. Okay, cool. And you know what? Maybe, can I use this color I used on the face earlier? I don't think I have enough paint, but I think I'm going to. So I'm just going to make a little bit more. So I've taken my warm red, warm yellow, warm blue, mixed it together. Need more yellow. Okay. Put too much white in here. And then just went too far in the other direction. Okay. So this technique here is called dry brushing. Right, so I'm literally using the brush is starting to get dry, right, while I'm trying to paint with it. right, and if I feel it's maybe gone a little far, just take a little bit more of this lighter color and just bring it back in and just blend it in here. Okay, I think that might be good for there. For background. Oh yes, I was gonna do some. Okay, we're on track. Okay, good. Let's move on. Now we've got our background well established, maybe even done. I don't know. Maybe I could tinker in here a little bit later on, but I think I'm pretty happy with the way it looks. It could change depending on what else happens later on. Okay, but let's now go to the foreground, and I want to do a little bit of work here now. So I've got a gray that I mixed up. I'm going to use that gray to do a little bit of line work around the face here, like lips and nose, eyes. And just debating, should I do the jacket? No, you know what, let's go right to this gray and tackle that first. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to take this color, maybe go a little bit darker than I had before. So maybe a little bit of this color and this color to mix up. So this one here is what I used for the back behind her head, and this one here is what I used for the top part of her head. I want something maybe a little bit in between there. I don't think well, I'll paint that up here. Okay, I'm going to take that same color, but I'm going to mix plenty of blue into it. Surrender says, hello, love your art videos from India. That is awesome. That's so cool. Hello, my friend. Nice to see you from the other side of the world. That's very cool. Thanks for joining us. Now I can outline all of this stuff later on with this blue, but it does sort of look like she did this same thing and then just sort of painted around some of this stuff. Okay, I think I want to paint her jacket now. So this is basically just ultramarine blue. Wonder how that will behave. Let's just try it. Yeah, that's good. Okay. I think I'm going to blow dry that and do another layer. I just saw some texture there I didn't like, so just want to brush that out. Okay, let's do another layer of just ultramarine blue just on its own here. So I'm just going to try to dry the brush off a little bit here. So I'm doing what's called dry brushing. Right, I'm literally trying to brush with dried paint, or with my paintbrush being almost totally dry. It's one of the trickiest techniques to do because it's very hard to manage. Sometimes it works, sometimes paint sneaks off your paintbrush when you don't expect it. So I'm going to blow dry that and then just kind of fiddle down there in the corner a little bit more. Maybe add a little bit of gray and black just to do a few little details on her jacket. So I'm taking a little bit of this gray, basically the same color I used to paint a little bit on the eyes and stuff up here. So I'm going to take a bit of black and my blue here. If we look at this, looks really dark on camera. It's actually, for me, I love it. I love we'll see how when it dries, if I need to kind of bring a little bit more blue. But it does feel very blue. Well, it feels very ultramarine blue. It might just look very black on camera. So it's possible that I might continue and maybe push this back. Maybe some of those highlights are a little bit too intense. We'll have to see. But one thing I did really want to do is I wanted to tackle that big shape so that really I'm narrowing down towards the face, and when I start painting colors on the face, I have a pretty clear idea what those colors need to be. They're not being influenced by colors in the background that are totally off. In fact, I'm going to blow dry this because I got little things maybe from my dirty fingers all over here, and it's going to drive me crazy, and I'm going to be so tempted to just go in there with my finger and scoop it out and smudge stuff. So let's just, knowing my own, see, I can't even stop myself. Let's just blow dry it. So the good thing is if you see little kind of things building up on the surface, unless it's really embedded in the paint, it's better just to blow dry it, and then after it's dry, you can just kind of go in and pick it off without kind of making a big scrape into the surface. I like that. It's cool. I mean, I'm not sure how well it comes across on camera, but it's got this nice little bit of teal bubbling through that blue. I mean, I could put another layer or two of my ultramarine blue over top, and it'll keep getting deeper and deeper and richer in color, and potentially even darker. But yeah, well, let's go. Christina says the worst is finding a brush hair on half-dried paint. That can be difficult. Again, sometimes that brush hair can just be sitting there, and if the paint is dry enough, you can just kind of peel it up. It might leave a little bit of texture, but sometimes that's better than while it's drying, picking it out with your finger, and then you got this big, not only where the hair was, but where your fingernails scraped in. So potentially in those situations, maybe having some tweezers or something that you can go in there and pluck it out, just like you might do an eyebrow. Okay. So I'm going to do another pass on the foreground. So I'm just breaking it down to different chapters so it's easier to skip ahead. So we got the details, maybe underpainting on her face and then her jacket. Now let's start painting her face and her hair. And that's going to get us pretty quick towards the end of the painting here too. So let's see. So it's interesting, she's got such a pale skin that she's painting here. I mean, her skin is a little bit pale, but she's really exaggerating that. I mean, it's not quite white, but it's not too far off. In fact, I'm just trying to debate internally here how I want to mix this color. So I'm going to start out here. I've got some white on my palette. I'm going to begin by mixing matte medium in here to make this paint more transparent. So I'm just going to mix my white up and have a very, well, it's not going to be very, it's going to be a little bit more transparent. White is very opaque, so okay, so let's take, I'm going to take a bit of this, put it here. Now it's going to take a test with some of this color I mixed up earlier. In fact, that might even be too much. It's going to take whatever's left on my brush here and mix it in. Okay, so this is, should I go even more white? Well, you know, this is going to feel pretty bold. I mean, it feels like, it looks, this should be more white. But when I put it over top of my original, it's like, whoa, that's pretty white. That's pretty extreme. So it might be nice just to kind of go a little bit, build up to where I want to go, then just, instead of just plopping this right, you know, pure white down on there. In fact, let's zoom in. Well, let's just see here. Yeah, you see, this is fairly transparent. Just going to dry brush over some of these areas right by her, the insides of her eyes. So I might even be able to just leave some of this now alone in the eyes. I'm even debating whether I might be able to get away with, but that might have to be a little bit darker. It might need to be the same darkness that's there, but I still have that color left over too. In fact, let's just take that color. So this is the color that I used for this area here. Let's just take a little bit of it. Okay. Ah! Got paint on my brush, trying to clean off my brush. This rag is dirtier than I thought. Okay. You know, next I think I want to tackle her hair. I still have some of this paint left over here. I'm just going to remix my brown. I'm going to make it much darker. So I'm taking my warm yellow, warm red, and take some warm blue. The more warm blue we put in here, the darker this blue's gonna, or brown's gonna get. I like this color, but if we look at the original, you can see it's much more muted. So I'm just going to take a bunch of it. Let's maybe push it to the side here. And let's take some of our gray. Now I'm noticing that this brown is a little bit more on the one that I have is a bit more on the reddish side versus hers is a bit, we need to add a little more blue in here. Warm blue, I mean. I think that's pretty close. Okay, I think you could use a little bit more white and gray in there. But that's good for right now. I'm going to blow dry it and just do another layer right now. Okay. So I'm going to take a bit of my black, put this in here, in gray, because I want to make this a bit of a even darker, more dull. Maybe a little bit more of this gray. So it's just my warm brown plus a little bit of black, a little bit of white to make a gray. Pretty close. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just a little bit of dry brushing. It's going to wipe excess paint off of my palette and just wipe all that, some excess paint off onto a rag here so that I can just go in here. Blurring out these edges here. And paradoxically, I get a little more paint on my brush. Wipe a bit of it off again and just kind of repeat. Now I might need to let this dry because some of this is still wet, so it's kind of, I'm scraping part of it away there on the edges. So. About that color on her hair. I think it's probably pretty close to this color. Might have been a bit, could be a bit more red and could have been a little bit lighter, eh? Or a little bit darker, I mean. Well, we can always add to that later. So maybe I'll just take a little bit of warm red, get that on my brush. Okay, I'm going to dry brush. Okay. Then maybe I'll take a little bit of this color that was put down here. Now it's going to be too bright. Well, you know what? Let's probably make sense to take this color that I mixed here. So let's tackle the face again here now. I guess let's take, so we had that same color we used for the face earlier. Where is that? Right down here. So this same color is what we applied all over here. Now I think I'm going to start with that same color again and just do a little bit more opaque in a few places. I'm building up before I get to like a little bit lighter color. Okay, now let's add a little bit of color in here. I want to take a little bit of my warm red to begin with. Oops, take a bit of warm red. I'm going to add it to the color I was just using. Put this white with warm red here. And then next I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to roll some of that paint off. We're going to take some cool red this time, which as you can see has a little bit of a more magenta. I mean, it is magenta, but it has a bit more of a cooler color that's starting to move towards purple. I'm even going to take just a tiny bit of warm blue, bring that into this color to make a little bit of a purple. I'm going to take a bit of gray and take the same color. A little bit of purpliness. I'm just ever so slightly dry brushing it. A little far there. That's okay. We're going to do another layer of the white here in a moment. Okay. So let's take our white now. Remember I took titanium white and matte medium and mix them together, right? Well, you know what? I'm gonna go a little half step. I'm gonna take that color, mix it into the previous one that I had that was just this little bit of a slightly grayish brown. So I'm not gonna go full 100% white yet. What are these? Ari says, I used to live in a dusty place too. Same issues. Christina says, my cats like to supervise when I'm painting. That doesn't help. And Ari says, my husband sheds from his beard too. That's funny. Yes, sometimes we have visitors who like to keep a close eye on what's going on, hey? Okay, I'm just going to dry brush carefully over these edges. So often I would use glaze to do some of the stuff that I'm doing here right now. Okay. I'm going to blow dry this really quickly, and then I'm going to do another layer, I think. Okay, now I think I'm going to go... Well, I still don't know if I want to go full white, because I think I'm going to add this white, just sort of keep lightening this color up. I think that's probably good enough, because there might be a few places that have pure white, but I think a lot of it doesn't go quite so dark or light or bold even. Okay. Take a bit more of my cool red. Mix that in here. You need a little bit of gray just to mute that. Otherwise, it's going to look a little bit too intense for the lips here. Okay, I'm going to do the same with my warm red. Get just a touch of gray in there. Went a little far there, so I'm just going to back it off with a little bit more white. Need somewhere about halfway in between there. Now that might be a little bit darker on her nose, but that's okay. I'm not going to freak out about it. I'm just going to continue painting because I can always lighten, darken things. Okay, so I'm going to take my warm blue again. Let's take some gray. Black. Do I have any black? Just making this a little bit darker. Ooh, that's pretty good. Is that too dark though? Now we're going to add a lot more gray. Ah, those are too bold. Okay, so I think we're getting pretty close. What I want to do now... sorry, my eyes are... They get crossed. I'm in... Okay, what does that say? Canis Loopy says, "Hey," or "Hi, your acrylic paint seems to stay wetter for longer than mine is wet on the palette." People often say that. I'm not exactly sure why. I mean, I'm in Vancouver, which is a bit more of a humid climate. But it's pretty hot in here right now, which often makes the paint dry faster. I think what I do try to do is to consolidate the paint so that to keep it wet longer, to kind of keep it in globs. The more spread out it gets, the faster it's going to dry, right? So, for instance, if I've got a blob of wet paint on the table, if I just take it and smear it and make it thinner, it can dry in 2 or 3 minutes versus that blob might take an hour to dry, right? So you'll sometimes see me with my brush kind of taking the paint and kind of smushing it into a corner. That often helps keep the paint wet longer. Okay. So we're almost done. It's just at this point some finishing touches. Maybe like signature. I want to go even more white on the face. Maybe even come back a little bit, go slightly lighter in a few places, but otherwise we're getting pretty close to being done here. So let's compare these here. So I'm gonna go full white now. And I can see exactly where she's done this. We can see some of the texture building up. And we can see where it's just more intensely white. Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of white off my brush here. I'm just going to go back over her nose. I felt like maybe I was a bit too heavy-handed there. Knock that back a bit. Same thing on her cheeks. I do feel a little bit compelled to take some of this lighter, or not, this kind of brown color that I used elsewhere. I feel kind of compelled to bring that, let's say, onto her face. So I'm going to get it on my brush, wipe it off, and then I'm just going to gently kind of buff it into a few places here. This is just dry brush, right? So there's barely any paint on here at all. It's like I'm cleaning the paint off. This brings a bit of that yellowy brown back on there. Cool red, warm blue, plus white. Maybe a bit of gray in there. Oops. Where is it? I lost a little bit of definition in this nostril here. What else needs a little touch? Okay, maybe a few places where I might have overdone it with the... Maybe just need to lighten it up. So I'm again take my white on here. Just dry brush there. even just go over this eye. I feel like it's maybe a bit too dark. Too far there. Okay, I gotta blow dry that and then just fix that. Oops. Try that again. got a little bit of this dried paint here, and that's okay. So where should I put this? Hers is on a little bit of an angle there. I'm just going to move mine down a little bit. And do I want to straighten it? Does that look funny if it's straight? Yeah, that's good. Somewhere like that. Okay, I'm just going to put some carbon paper under there carefully. I want to be careful about touching the carbon paper and leaving marks on the canvas. So in an ideal world, so what I've done there is I've tried to do, I didn't want to press too hard because that can make things kind of tricky, because if I don't paint exactly where it is, then it kind of looks really strange. So I kind of want it to be a little bit on the lighter side of things. And then that blue is, it's basically my ultramarine blue, maybe a little bit gray and blackish. So let's take a little bit of my gray and a little bit of my warm blue. Okay. I think we could sit here and work on this for a lot longer, but I'm feeling pretty happy with where it is right now. So, let's take a look at these two paintings side by side, see how we did. Just quickly, a reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are going to take place, because as people have commented, I'm not usually on at this time, so that notification bell helps you know, get the heads up when things are online. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, send $1 or $5 to help support paying for the internet and painting supplies. Again, I'm not sponsored, so you know I'm giving you true, authentic advice, not mediated by what some corporation's trying to push on you. So if you appreciate that, consider leaving a donation. You can scan the QR code there. It takes you to this page where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. Just, of course, make sure you got the address correct, but the addresses are in the description below and on my website. If you want to send a check in the mail, an e-transfer via email, super chat while we're here live, those links are down there below. But my email is on the Facebook group and my website. Again, to join the Facebook group, you can scan this QR code or enter in those web addresses. My website is also on the Facebook group there. So if you scan that QR code, take a photograph of whatever you've created and join the Facebook group, upload it to the Facebook group, and let's take a look. Let's talk about it. Let's share it with the world. Let's tell the world that you're an artist and you can make it, you can do it. I'd love to see what you've created. This is what our Facebook group looks like, and every week I make a like 300-400 word biography that I write up, and it takes me like 6 hours to write, and I post it here to the Facebook group. I don't think anybody reads it, but it's something that's important for me to get my thoughts together. Anyway, let's take a look. There's the painting, maybe just quickly again, Helene Schjerfbeck's self-portrait from 1912, and there's her masterpiece, and then my version there. Okay. So, I mean, obviously, just like any time, there's slight differences in color and value, being a little bit darker, lighter, but I think overall I'm pretty happy. Yeah. I mean, this is a fun... I mean, I was contemplating at one point using some sandpaper just to sand down into the surface here in order to kind of get a bit of the texture, because she's scraping that oil paint off with her brush. I can't quite do that with acrylic paint because it dries so quickly. I just see this up here. Let's just do a couple little touch-ups actually. This is the benefit of having paint left over. It's funny because it's usually not until the very, very end of the painting that I can kind of look at it, or that I do look at it and start to kind of try to see it as a whole. And it's usually when I do that, I'm like, oh, I could fix that, I could fix that. Okay, but otherwise, let's zoom in here and just compare. Maybe we're just looking at our signatures. Let's go back there and work our way around. Okay. You could see the blue that she used to do that is much closer to black. I was just lazy. I ran out of the handmade black, so I just used my blue with a little bit of gray. Not quite the same thing, but I don't mind that it's a little bit more intense than hers. I also maybe made it a little bit clearer than her own signature. Because I'm not trying to fake this painting. If I'm going to have a signature, I want it to be as clear so people looking at it be like, oh, who's this? Schjerfbeck. Or how do you pronounce that? I guess might be the other response. Let's go down here into the depths of this blue. Oh. So it does look like hers is a little bit lighter, not quite as deep of a ultramarine blue as mine. One way to kind of get that color, if you really wanted to be closer, instead of, you remember I put green down, or not green, I put that teal down here, and then I painted over top of that. Meant every layer was going to get darker and darker. I was contemplating at some point of actually painting this with like a baby blue, so taking my ultramarine blue and adding white to it and painting it there. That would have gotten me closer to the original, but I also really don't mind this. It probably doesn't come across on camera, but it really glows, and when the lights dim down on this, this is going to be like a really nice, deep, deep, deep blue. Okay, maybe let's go all the way to the top corner here, I guess. Right, so as always, I've got, her painting kind of ends right about there, right? So I've added this extra like inch around the top as well. The colors aren't quite the same. I've got a little bit more of a greenish blue gray. And you remember I was thinking maybe it should be a little bit more blue. I think if anything, it could be. The more I see it now, I see it as like her gray is actually very neutral. I don't know why I thought it was a little bit more on the bluish, brownish side, but anyway, that's the difficulty of anticipating these things. Although, when I look at mine on its own, I'm like, it looks fine. It's only when I compare it to the original that it makes a little bit different. Let's just look at this top corner. There's nothing really here, but let's just do it anyway. Oh, I forgot to paint that thing that says Master Study. Dad joke. Okay, and then maybe let's just go look a little bit down here on her neck and collar, because we didn't really do that, did we? Actually, we didn't. Let's talk about this area here. Obviously, again, I think her application, what she did here, she painted paint there, then used her palette knife, scraped off that paint. That's why you can see these vertical lines there. That's the texture, the weave of the canvas. If I took my like electric sander and buffed it here for maybe 30 seconds, I'd get a little bit of that coming back through. But you know what? That's a pretty tricky thing to master, and I'm kind of happy with the way it turned out, so I don't feel compelled to do that. I might do that on tomorrow's episode. We'll see. I have to look at that a little more carefully. Colors, I feel like, yeah, it's fine. I was gonna say maybe I could have added a bit more yellow in there, but you know what? I think I did a good job. And then let's go to the face. Maybe let's look at the back of her head here for a moment. So there's also this kind of wisp around here of hair at the very end. Hers is more delicate than how I've painted it. Again, that's probably due to a bit of scraping of paint. I don't mind how mine shows up, though. I think that's the thing when you're doing dry brush. Sometimes more paint squeaks off the brush than you expect. So it's just it is what it is. That's when you're using that technique. I like the way that this is working around in her hair. And then let's just finish here. Now it's interesting, I mean, this happens all the time whenever we do these paintings, is that, mine looks maybe cleaner, more precise, versus hers looks a little bit wilder, more nuanced. And that's because she didn't know what the painting would look like when she started it. So in her painting, you see a little bit more of her wrestling with the paint, trying to figure out where the colors go. Whereas I have the advantage of being able to kind of copy her homework here, right? Just debating, do I want to put a bit of more brown here? Because I'm just looking at the outer edge of her face. This could go. Do I have any brown left? No, it's all dried up. If it wasn't dried, I might could have done a little thing there, but I don't think I'm gonna. It's not that much of a concern to me, I don't think. That little bit there, which it sounds kind of silly, but it is important to kind of get the outer shape here. And I could have even added a little bit more white here, because you could see, she's spent a little bit more time defining the far side of her face. Yeah. I mean, it's funny because hers looks more natural. Mine starts to kind of feel like it is moving into a bit more of a theatrical makeup kind of thing, right? Where these shapes seem much more defined than hers do, right? I mean, that feels almost like that's like a clown makeup, right? It's put on there. It doesn't sort of dissolve into her face. I mean, hers is pretty dramatic the way she's applied those colors, but mine is maybe I've dialed up the drama on them, on those highlights and blush to a point where, if you were putting makeup on your face, you put it like that might seem unusual. Same thing with the amount of white. Like, she does a masterful job of making that white on hers feel just kind of normal, like that. There's nothing, it's not extreme, whereas mine, again, kind of looks like maybe somebody painted their face with like white stage makeup or something. A little bit of a dusting. Like, if you've ever been on a movie set, actors, their makeup is unnatural. It's caked on there, and when you see them off camera, like, oh, that's weird. And so it almost feels a little bit like that. But that's why she's one of the greatest artists of all time, and I'm not, right? So I totally acknowledge that her and I do not exist in the same universe side by side. She's on top of Mount Olympus there, almost entirely by herself. I have such huge, great admiration for her, and deep, deep, deep respect. Great, great artist. Okay. So that brings us to the end of another episode. Let's see. Set up. Once again, thank you everyone for keeping me company, for painting along with me, for all the laughs in the chat. I'm looking forward to painting with you again tomorrow. We're going to be looking at another very famous self-portrait, also by Helene Schjerfbeck. And then on Friday, we're doing one of her later pieces. Not quite one of the final pieces, because those are pretty haunting. I'm not sure if anybody wants one of those in their house. But I got a really nice one scheduled for Friday that I can't wait to paint with you. So until then, my friends, we'll see you wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Thanks for making art and for helping to make our world a bit safer and more beautiful, more pleasant, more calm. And do we not need a little bit of a deep breath right now and a little bit more beauty when we're surrounded by so much anger and violence? So thank you for helping to introduce a little bit more positivity into your family and community. We'll see you again very soon. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.